Okay. This is the third time that this has happened in a week. And I think I'm starting to figure out what's triggering it. If I open like something else on my side monitor video-wise, it seems to have a chance to do it. Because I didn't notice the first time, but the second time it happened, I was like, oh, I want to go check to see something on my Kick stream. And as soon as I opened up Kick, the Twitch stream died. And then I was like, huh? That's weird. And just now, I was actually playing a different video from Streamable, and as soon as I hit play, you guys started typing F. So it must have something to do with the encoder, maybe? Maybe it has it's part of the NVIDIA Enhanced Broadcasting. Must be a bug or something like that. He woke up this morning and chose violence. I might have to stop streaming in 2K though, you guys. I think this might be part of the reason why it's happening. Because I'm using the enhanced broadcasting. My Kick and my YouTube stream didn't die. It was just the Twitch one. So I'm assuming it has something to do with that. It has something to do with the decoders and my GPU, and probably with all the encoders that it's using for all the different qualities, because I'm doing all the transcoding on my end. One thing that sucks though is because I had to restart the stream, it creates a whole new stream ID and stuff for YouTube. So anybody who is chilling in the YouTube stream, it just looks like the video ended. It doesn't, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't instantly start back up as soon as I go live again. They have to actually go back to the channel and see that I'm live, and it's like it starts a new video, right? Wait, why is Stream Elements? Interesting. The thing that's annoying about that too is it would be better if OBS just crashed completely, because then it would use the DC protection, but that type of issue, it doesn't actually do that. I need to... The family Discord general, you said, right? Wait. Oh, public chat. Shit, which one's the public chat? Oh, family public chat. There we go. Don't talk when you play, little girl. You know what's crazy about that, Howie? Joking about somebody playing a little girl character is one thing, right? It's just trying to antagonize. But when you're that pressed about it, it actually makes you wonder what's going through his head. It's kind of more telling of him than it is than the fact you're playing a Tamer. It's more telling of him how upset he is that you're playing a Tamer. Or that you're playing a class that is a little girl. Like, it's one thing to joke about it and be like, ha ha ha, you're playing a little girl, lol. But he looks actually pressed about it. Wait, what are these analogies? The thing is Tamers, actually, maybe this is still a role, but I remember Tamers were originally good on, like, flex teams for hunting down cannons. You just sit in your base, you'd have your dog go, a cannon would hit, and your dog would go running in the direction of the cannon. Tamers also used to be pretty good ult bot. You'd see them kind of V into the back line, pull vault behind the Zerkers that are sitting up on a wall, spamming their Q buffs, and then hit them with a big fat ult. Isn't Tamer Giga good in AOS? It is good. I don't know if I would call it Giga good, but it's... There are... See, it's hard to say. I don't know if Tamer's an unpopular class because it's weak, or just because of, like, people don't want to play a pet class, or because people don't want to play a female class. I doubt it's that. I mean, most people want to play female classes, so I don't think it has anything to do with that, but I think a lot of people just aren't crazy about the type. But there isn't a lot of Tamers that do well. There's really, and I'm speaking from NA, there's only a small handful of Tamers that you're like, God damn, these guys are a problem. But in general, there isn't a lot of Tamers, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, Mamo is a beast on that shit, right? My kick stream's on the starting screen, is it? Oh, fuck. 1 second, I'll fix it. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get rid of the 2K stream for a little while, guys. At least see if this problem happens again while streaming without the enhanced broadcasting, but considering it only affects Twitch, I'm assuming it has to do with that. And I would much rather not have to randomly deal with the Twitch side DCing. The grab nerf hurt the class really bad? Yeah, because it had one of the most obnoxious grabs. No, what's up, Major Fry? Have I changed my add-on since the forward guard changed? No, there's nothing to change. The forward guard to Lightning Prison doesn't change the way I put add-ons on it. I don't even remember if I have add-ons on it. No, I don't. His server profile in Discord? Uh-oh. Oh, the Elmo? I'll be honest though, I can't stop looking at that GIF that Hennessy posted. God damn. By the way, would you ever go, I don't know if insane asylums still exist, but would you go to an insane asylum and try to convince people who are insane that they are insane? No, I'm just saying, going in circles there, you might be admitted next. That's the point I'm making, right? Is right now, you're having a discussion with Kythar, trying to explain to him, you know, in a sense, you're trying to explain to an insane person that they're insane. Now, I'm not saying he's insane. I don't know what to call him, but, you know, it's kind of like that. And I think you're right. You stay on this road, you might be admitted next. Yeah, I think it made sense. They're just moving the armors now over to the same system as the other pieces of gear. The name of the game with MMOs, right? Always more progression. $6 trillion in silver? Technically it's not in silver, but it's in crons and silver. You don't need to catch up to enjoy the game, Madsen. It sounds like a case of FOMO you got. Once upon a time, BDO, like, the idea of being near the end was absolutely absurd even to the most hardcore players. And this way does make sense, right? It basically, now we're going to have like a unified system for armors, weapons, and accessories. Well, they're all enhanced in a very similar way. I don't understand why people who don't play the game as much feel like they need to be able to keep up. That PA needs to slow down progression because they need to be able to keep up with people who can play the game a lot. It's okay if you're not allowed to play the game a lot. But why should PA have to slow down the progression to cater to you and make everybody else wait? Yeah, and PA is helping them too. You're right. Although this time-gated progression, yeah, this doesn't help them. I thought you were talking more along the lines of the new stones that you can use to enhance the Tet Fallen God. But yeah, time-gating doesn't help. The time-gating they did with the accessories helped because, like, as a new player fresh out of seasons, you could do your rifts. So even though you didn't need the stones, you could start accumulating them very early. So by the time you got to the point where you were pushing deck accessories, you had more than enough stones that it was never a time gate for you. And I thought that was an okay way to time gate it, right? But with this time gate that they've done with the armors, yeah, you can't start working on those stones until later. So by the time you get to that point, you got to start the grind fresh, right? And I'm definitely against this type of time gating. Well, that's the thing, is they don't want to Castellium. There's a difference, right? What people want is they want an effort gate. Everybody understands. Veteran, new players, everybody understands new content shouldn't be completed in the first week immediately. Everybody understands that. But time gating it to the point where there's no incentive to play the game. You log in, you do your boss, you log out, and you know you gotta wait for the next week for your stone and hope you get lucky with enhancement. People want an effort gate, right? They want a reason to go out and grind. They want these stones to be rare drops from grind spots. So, yeah, you can't complete it first week. You have to spend time in the new content. You can't just complete it right away because you had enough crons laying around. That's the type of gating people want. The problem with time gates is it doesn't, like, you might think that it helps new players, but it doesn't. What it does to everybody is it removes your agency of dealing with bad RNG, right? Now you do your bosses, and if you get unlucky, you just start to slowly fall behind everybody else because they're getting lucky and you're not. And it's not like it's not like a situation where you can be like, oh, okay, well, I want to stay caught up, so I'm just going to grind harder. No, you don't have that option. There is no recourse. I have a lot, Hulk. I never said it helps. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I said it hurts, the time gating. Or are you responding to someone else? Okay, I thought so. I was like, huh? But then I figured you were probably responding to someone else. That's a thing too, right? People act like in-game content, oh, well, that's not for new players. What do you think new players eventually become? If new players enjoy the game, they eventually become veteran players. So content for in-game is also content for new players. They just have some incentive to actually get there. They have some incentive to work for. If they only ever add content for new players and never add anything for veteran players, then there's no incentive for new players to become veteran players because there's nothing to look forward to. It's such a brain rot argument that they shouldn't be adding content that doesn't have something for new players. Like, or that's not immediately accessible to new players. Nice. My wife got the pork. I'm making some pulled pork tonight to take out to camp because I want to make pulled pork quesadillas out at camp. So I told my wife to get me a pork, try to get it to me early today so I could have it roasting in the oven, like, all day. The brain rot is expecting the internet to not complain regardless of choices made by the developer. That's a big true. You will never, ever, ever make everybody happy. Ever. In fact, in the process of trying to make everybody happy, in general, you'll make less people happy. At some point, you just gotta take the wheel and go. And people can stay along for the ride if they want. But yeah, I think the reason why PA time gated it is because of a misinterpretation. I think they saw people's frustration that when they added the sovereign weapons, people got it to deck day one, and people were immediately thought, huh, this was supposed to be challenging. And for some reason, people don't understand that, yeah, those people were just prepared. The main reason why those people were so prepared was because PA has been slacking with adding new stuff to work on for so long, or they were prior to, you know, them adding all that stuff. But on top of that, it's not that people wanted actual time gates where you could only get stones once a week. People just want people to have to play the game, right? When you add a new region, like, I think Masses of Pure Magic were really nice, because when they added Black Stars, you couldn't get Masses of Pure Magic and instantly click your pen Black Star, right? And go crazy with it. You had to accumulate them through the nodes. You would rarely, super rarely get them while grinding. But the more you played the game, the more effective you were at enhancing your Black Star. But if you didn't play the game, you couldn't do shit with it, right? That's what people want. People want a new region to have something like they fucked up with the what are those stones called? The primordial crystals. Because they made them so common that they weren't the time gate, or they weren't the gate. They were just a you know, they were the gate for the first 24 hours, and that's it. If they would have made those stones only drop like one at a time from bosses, that wouldn't have happened. And they could have made them just drop like super rarely out at like Pig Cave and stuff like that too, right? At least with the Edania armors, though, the difference between a deck Edania armor and a base Edania armor, it'll be noticeable when you have a full set, but it's not going to be like your skill. Like if you're a full or base Edania player and you're good and you're fighting a really shit full deck player, you'll still be able to kill him. The stats gained per enhancement are small. I think it alternates between 1 DR and 1 evasion. Here, I need to double check that. So, like, in the case of a full set, it'll be like 20 DR and 20 evasion. If I can't remember if they showed the. Here, let me see if I can find the image of the armors. I can't remember if they showed the enhancement on the recent global. Let's see, Edania defense gear. I might have to go back to the previous idle ball. Okay, that shows from base to, what is that, Nov? Oh no, that's the helmet in the chest. I was like, why do these look so different? Okay, here's a helmet. 4 and 4 and 4 and... Oh no, that's Fallen God. That's Pen Fallen God. Shit, I can't use that either. Oh, here we go. I just had to scroll down a bit more. Okay, let's see. Base. Pride doesn't gain an evade. No, wait, it does. Evasion and DR. Oh. Yeah, it gains 1 of each, but it alternates between hidden and sheet. And they alternate between each other. So it's like, for example, pry is one sheet DR, one hidden evasion, and the next enhancement is one hidden DR, one sheet evasion. Let's see, a deck is 7 plus 6. So that's 13 over pry, 13 evasion. And 6 and 5. So 11. Fuck, never mind then. And if that's the same for both, that's like 40 DR, like 40 evasion. More than that. Shit, never mind. Okay, maybe that's more true at Penn. Maybe at Penn. But yeah, 40 DR, and I'm underestimating here. It's actually, I think it's more like 50 DR and 44 evasion at a full set over the base. That's actually a fucking huge amount. Orzekia isn't good for Sage. Oh, Orzekia is good for Sage Pixel. I just, I'm out here for XP. XP and enhancement stuff. Oh, what was that? 7 and 6 is 13, so 13 times 4 is 52 DR? Or no, 52 evasion. And 6 and 5 is 11 and 44 DR in total across all 4 pieces. Okay, I take that back. That's like 2 Pen Cadres and a Centaur worth of stats almost. A little bit short of both of those. Rock meta's getting worse. Well, you know, people still gotta get those armors. But yeah, they're gonna be tanky. You guys don't think you get 760, 780 in 300 hours of BDO? Maybe. You can gear up super fast. Those new enhancement stones too, I think that that you're going to be able to use for your Fallen God, that's going to help newer players and get to Tet Fallen God a lot quicker. I imagine at some point those, I mean, I guess it depends on the rarity of them, but I imagine they will become pretty saturated. Do we know what the min price of those stones is?
"42 months of jerking it to you, big dog."
Oh my goodness. $6 bills, so 325 bill to pity a Tet. How many pities is it for Tet? I thought it was 50. Where's that other 25 bill coming from? Oh, I guess maybe the stone itself. Yeah, you'll probably still need to use the other enhancement stones, right? That's where that other 25 is coming from. Hey, people begged and pleaded for no crons though, right? 6 bill per click. Isn't that still a lot cheaper than using vendor crons? Like 2 bill cheaper per click? Yeah. It's between vendor and costume crons. Okay. Hey, that's a W! When the new bosses reset, I imagine it'll be every... I mean, the fight to become the Edania is on Sundays. So maybe they'll have it reset Sunday night, and then you can do your new bosses for the week. Or maybe they'll just make it Thursdays, just like everything else. It'll be every week, yeah. True. The boss will reset on Thursdays? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. My plan is, as soon as I get home from camp, fire up the stream, go grab my Sovereign offhand, enhance it to deck, go start trying to do Enslar, because I need to kill Enslar before Sunday. As soon as I kill Enslar and do my weekly, exchange my 3 armors, and then hand in my token, or I guess as soon as I kill Enslar, first go hand in my token to apply to be Edania, and then go exchange my 3 armors, and then go grind the Edania region. Which 3 armors? I'm gonna do boots, obviously, for evasion, makes sense. Gloves for all the accuracy, and the chest piece because it looks cool, and then I'll do the helmet last. It looks like the chest and the helmet are about the same stat difference, so obviously day 1 I want to run around with the full armor set, and I could just have the helmet turned off. Just a heads up, you guys, too. I'm going to set up my stream tonight, even though I'm not restreaming tonight. I'm going to actually disable 2K streaming. If it's going to continuously have this issue with Twitch and the enhanced broadcasting, I don't want it to be happening with the new region, and I don't want to, forget to do it before I fire up the stream on Thursday, because I'm going to be, pretty eager to get it started. So there'll probably be no 2K streaming for a little while until this problem gets resolved. Actually, maybe tonight I'll do a little digging on the Discord, the Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting Discord, to see if maybe other people are having the issue and have found a solution, or at least found out what's causing it. But whatever is causing it, it definitely seems to be related to Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting. How many crons I need and how will I spend it in my Sovereign weapon? It depends on luck. Right? It's the same as enhancing any of the Sovereign, like main hand and awaken weapon. I'm assuming you're talking about the offhand. But just get as many as you can. Try to... I think aiming for pen offhand the first day is a very reasonable goal for most people. You don't need to be going for deck like losers like me. I wonder how hard it's going to be to get the pities for the offhand. Considering it's effectively worth like 100 bill, that flame, it saves you that. Actually, I think more than that, right? It saves you the Gem of Twilight and a Pen Blackstar. Oh yeah, so I guess about 100 bill after tax. It's going to be really, really long. Remember, they made it take 1,000 pities too, right? So it's probably going to be a long time. I actually think that the opportunity cost you will incur of waiting to get your offhand... The opportunity cost of waiting to get enough embers to convert to the Sovereign offhand will be higher than just paying the initial ticket price and getting it early. Yeah. Maybe they'll make the pities sellable on the market. I don't know. But it doesn't seem to make any sense. If you want to grind the region, if you have to grind the region for the pities, but in order to grind efficiently in the region, you need the offhand. And then the opportunity cost of waiting on the offhand is higher than just buying it through getting black stars, then what's even the point of the pities? Maybe the pities are meant to be an alternate, though while you're grinding out there, and if you ever want to make an offhand for an ult, you can do that. For cheaper? I don't know. Kinda also doesn't make sense when we have a tag system. Why would you want to do that when you can just tag? People are speculating, Kanjar, that that's only for KR. That they are making KR wait a bit longer so they can't start the bosses until everybody else can as well. I don't know if there's any truth to that. Huge props to PA if that is the case, but I don't know for sure if it is. I think it's because the weeklies reset on Thursday. Isn't it normally Wednesday night when they reset? Oh, so KR play bosses could get 2 done right away. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy. They instantly get 6 stones. That's also assuming. I hope these bosses are hard as hell. I know. And every single time, I'm one of the multi. Every single boss they released, except for maybe Gumiho. Gumiho, my expectations were a little more realistic. But when they first added Sangoon, I was fucking maulding. And then they added the C10 pig, I maulded too. And then I eventually realized after both those bosses, right? Because like I maulded day 1 of Sangoon. I was like, this is so bullshit. I don't have a spammable iframe. Yada, 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 yada. I can't believe this bullshit I'm going to have to deal with. And now I fucking one-shot that shit almost every week. Same thing with Pig. It's like so much easier. Once you learn the mechanics, you realize it's not a big deal. So when they added Gumiho, even though, you know, I still had that initial struggle, I was like, yeah, this is just temporary. If this is anything like Sangoon or Pig, this is, you know, once I get much more comfortable with the animations and knowing what I can do and when I can do it safely, it's not going to be a big deal. So I'll be going into those bosses with that same mindset, where I'll still be getting mad, but it'll be just for content, I promise. I won't actually be mad, no matter how much spit I get on my monitor and keyboard. Fuck you trying to say, Multi? Oh, I'll definitely be streaming my Inslar fight. Like I said, there's going to be nothing but content on probably mine, Choices, Divios', Biceptimus' stream. I'm pretty sure we all have the exact same plan day one. Enhance our sovereign weapon. I guess in the case of Biceptimus, he's doing Inslar no matter what because he has a Pen Fallen God. I have to get my deck offhand, but unless I pity Nov, accidentally raw tap and downgrade, and then pity Nov again, and then pity deck, that's about the only way I don't get my offhand. Where Divios and Choice, they have more than enough resources to hit the average, but not enough to hit the pity. But I'm pretty sure all of us plan on enhancing our sovereign weapon first, and then diving into the bosses, and then probably apply for Edania, exchange the armors, and then hit the grind. What region does Leduc play on? On EU? Damn. He's a unit. I thought it was EU, but I couldn't remember if it was EU or MENA. I was going to say if it's MENA, it doesn't count. That's a private server. DP isn't really important for any of the existing grind spots, Pixel. They made everything a lot easier. One of the main reasons Sage felt really squishy for a while was because Sages generally built evasion if you wanted some survivability, but evasion wasn't effective in PvE at all. Mobs had 100% hit rate in like all the higher spots. But that's going away with the Adana armors. And they made everything prior to Adana way easier in terms of surviving. And then even if the Adana armors are more difficult, or sorry, Adana region is more difficult, they're combining evasion and DR on the Adana armors, so you won't be at that massive, that PvE stat disadvantage by running evasion. I think there'll be a ton of people queuing to be the fight for the Adana probably the first month. But as you get more of like the household names of people who are really good at PvP, as they end up getting their way in through maybe the 3 random slots and end up taking the Adana spot, right? I think a lot of the, even if the people are geared, people aren't going to want to face up against Divios, right? They see Divios the Adana of a castle, they're probably going to be like, nope. Most people will stop queuing for that castle. And so I think after the first month or two, you're going to see the amount of people competing for the castles dramatically go down. Not because they don't want to compete, but because they know they don't stand a chance against some of the big names. Even if they have a gear advantage. Could crash going into 1v1 and you win? True. Luckily, Divios played Sage and Wukong, so there's a chance. That's the thing. Divios has been playing Striker. Divios is back on Striker now until they buff Wukong. For exactly that reason, right? Duck Sage will do good in the free-for-all, but obviously not good in the 1v1. And Wukong just won't really do great in either. People team up to kill these people. It's going to be difficult to do that because from what I understand, you're not going to be able to see people's names and shit. I doubt Divios will stream himself too, right? You won't know who's in there. You'll just see a Striker. You won't know who it is. You won't know if it's Divios. You won't know if it's someone else. You won't know who are your allies. There could be duplicate classes. So sure, you might go in there. You might have a few people in your guild that are all like, hey, we all got into the castle, let's try to team up, but you never know, like one of your buddies could be a sage, but there's also 2 other sages in there, right? You wouldn't know which is your buddy and which one isn't. So it's going to be really chaotic, and you're not going to want to pull a punch thinking, oh, this might be my buddy, and then the guy stands up and grabs you and kills you, right? Yeah. They should... If they don't do something with the outfits, I was saying this too, Henny, you might have people going in there with like outfits, uniforms, right? Okay, everybody that's going in there with us, everybody dye your outfit green before you go in. And then people will use that. But also, if you know that they're going to do that, you can also match your outfit to theirs, and now it's confusing again. But hopefully they don't let you color your outfit going in there. Hopefully it's just like the default character setup. They have a code? Triple jump? Yeah, that's the thing though, is once the fight's chaotic, right? What do you gotta do? You gotta stop and triple jump? You're not gonna do that in the middle of the fight. Yeah, everybody should just have a basic, the default template in there. The default, like if you're a sage, you get the default sage customizations and outfit, right? Like you just made the character and didn't change a damn thing. So this way you can't try to bypass being anonymous by, you know, coloring your outfits a specific way or making your necks really long or your asses real huge. His ass is massive? Wrong. It's impossible for Sage to have a massive ass. Look at this. We actually have a negative ass. You can't tell where my back ends and my legs begin. There's just it just blends together. There is no ass. I play the wrong class for an ass. I had to repair my armor. Try dragging the hip? Oh, I have, trust me. It's because of the way Sage stands. He actually stands with his pelvis pushed forward. I mean, it could be worse. We could be Zerkers. Where we can't tell the difference between a cape and a bib, and then they put it on backwards. As soon as my wife gets back, I need to take an intermission, chat. I need to go prepare the pork roast and get it in the oven. You do what to your wife? Oh, actually, it sounds like she's home right now. Shit. I'll be right back. Uh... 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 Uh...
What's better than this. Guys being dudes.
Uh. 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 Uh.
Wake the fuck up, adventurer. We've got fail stacks to burn.
Zethian, almost there. Slow _ clap.
If I had a nickel for every fucking time I came back to Zethian being AFK, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened more than once.
Okay, sorry about the delay, chat. I had to get that pork roast in the oven. And then I also made the kids and myself lunch while I was at it, since I was up there anyways. Made myself some over easy eggs with some bacon. Made the kids some, what is it called? Migorang or Indomie? I can never remember which one's the name of the noodle and which one's the actual brand. I think Indomie is the brand and Migorang is the noodle, right? Probably pronouncing it badly too. Never heard of it? Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing stuff. Your life will never be the same once you have it. Man, air fryer has made bacon so much easier. That's probably the thing I make the most in it. Oh, I forgot about all this shit. Let's open this box. Oh, a Pride Disto? Holy, I bet that's worth trillions. God, that's got to be one of the worst things you can get from that box. Yeah, air fryer is so nice. Just cut the slices of bacon in half. Lay them in the air fryer. Preheat the air fryer. Lay them in the air fryer so they're not overlapping. Set them for 4 minutes. Perfect bacon every time. If you want them a little bit crispier, or if you want them super crispy, 5 minutes. It's just so fast. Tater tots too? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Pizza pockets? Like, pizza pockets are amazing too. Stick them in the microwave for a minute, and then stick them in the air fryer for another minute, and then you have a nice crispy outside, but it's warm on the inside. Because if you just do them in the air fryer, then the inside is cold. And if you just do them in the microwave, then they get soggy and the inside is lava. So you just do a half and half, and oh my god, perfect every time. It's like you baked them, which is the ultimate way to make them. You gotta go outside? Oh, my dog wants out. Hey, buddy. You want to go outside with your sister? 1 second. I believe the Sage command also actually does it have crystal recommendations? I can't remember the Sage guide command. What did you just request? Let me see if it's in the queue. Sometimes the bot doesn't respond even though it did it. Come on inside. Ballet of Death, Mick Gordon, KS Sound. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I definitely don't see it. It says everything's connected fine. I'm gonna relaunch Songify. Okay, I relaunched it. See if the request works now. Let me try reconnecting it then, I guess. See, Twitch. Oh, a new version is available. Yo, it just asked me for an update. Yo, let me update it. Maybe they fixed some of these issues with it. It didn't show me any patch notes. Oh, here we go, patch notes. Wait, these are the... Huh? I don't know. Okay, try now. Now that it's updated. Maybe he fixed more of the issues with it, that'd be nice. I think the app is fantastic now. He just needs to focus on fixing the bugs with it, get it working consistently, and then just clean up the interface, and then it's fantastic. As soon as I can go a month without it crashing, I'll throw him like 20 bucks. Oh, just an app I'm using for song requests through Spotify. Yeah, Grinder, that's it. As soon as my butt stops hurting after these Grinder dates, then I'll know that it's working. Nice, Cannabar. Thursday. We are, today's what? Monday? So 3 more days? Am I excited? Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited. I get 3 days to, or like 2.5 days to kind of chill at camp and relax and decompress, and then I come home and compress it all back up. You know? Think of my mental as like a box. It's all been locked up, compressed, haven't analyzed it in a while. Gonna take it out to camp, make sure it's all still there, and then stick it all back in the box and forget about it for another year. What's on the food menu at camp? Pulled pork. So tomorrow, gonna make taco in a bag. So basically, you just get bags of Doritos for the kids, some shredded cheese, peppers, tomatoes, lettuce, and some taco meat. And you basically just open the bag of Doritos, the little miniature single servings Doritos, and you just put a little bit of everything in there, how you like it, mix it up, and then just eat it out of the bag with a fork. Perfect for camp, nice and easy. And then the day after, I'm making pulled pork tonight, and I'm gonna put that in a container, and then I'm gonna make pulled pork quesadillas the following night. And then, of course, the traditionals, you know, spider dogs, s'mores, Jiffy Pop. Got some sandwiches for lunch. For breakfast, make the kids some pancakes and some bacon, and make some eggs for myself. Yeah, this year we've only gone out. We're going. Normally we go for a full week, so I gotta actually make the meals out there. But both times we went out there this year, it's only been like 2.5 days. So I just pre-made easy meals to heat up, and while we're out there, to making dinners real easy and quick. Oh, I don't know, Lucian. We don't know how hard it's going to be to get those new things to upgrade lightstones and all that. That shit could be a grind, right? Need like 30 of them per lightstone. I need to do like 40 lightstones. You never know, you could only get a couple of those an hour. Might be one of those things where you work on them together in tandem. Yeah, what I'm hoping for is that I don't have to use any of my... I don't want to have to sell any of my trash if I don't have to. I like just seeing that number go up. So I'm going to buy vendor crons with my silver first, and if that runs out, then I'll vendor this stuff. And if that runs out, then I start tapping into the crons. I believe I do have enough to hit the average without getting into the trash. If I get through the trash, then I've already spent more than the average. And if I get into the costumes, then I'm in despair mode. Yeah, also extract your Capras from your Nuver if you have a Nuver to extract. The extraction event is going to end. There's good reason to believe that they'll extend it, but you never know. We need 4 more embers today, and we can make a flame. Should definitely be able to get those. I wonder. Depends on what you mean by back. Evasion will never be able to get as tanky as it used to be. But you'll actually be able to do like a... I think evasion classes will be able to benefit just as much from like 1 or 2 evasion crystals as DR classes are currently able to benefit from 1 to 2 DR crystals. As for the extremes, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what will be better, 6 evasion or 6 DR. With evasion getting so much DR baked into it, if you're running 6 evasion crystals, that forces people to run multiple accuracy crystals. And at that point, I don't know if they're going to have enough AP to deal with your DR. It's kind of one of those things, but we are all gaining a fuckload more AP on top, so maybe they will. Kind of hard to say. There's so many things that were, you know, gaining stats here, gaining stats there. Type in !workshop, and then there's a gear progression link there. Basically start from the top and work your way down. Right? Check the first item, see if you have it. If you do, go to the second item. Do you have it? Go to the third item. If you have it, go to the fourth item. And keep going down the list until you find an item that you don't have yet. That is your most efficient upgrade path. This is Awakening Sage. See. We've been banned in 4 streamers' chat so far? Wait, who's been banned for what? You're banned in choice, J-Kun's verts and CJ stats. They think you're a bot? Oh. It's the streamer mentality. So the first time you ever popped in my chat and you're like, hey everybody, if you're looking for a power level, come to Gaifen on this channel. Hit me up. The first thing, my first instinct initially was like, oh, is this some streamer self-promoting without permission? But I immediately checked to see if you were streaming, and I saw you weren't. I was like, oh, okay, he's actually just trying to help people. Yeah, nobody gets a free lunch. What is he doing to you? He's like, okay, now that you got your level, drop your pants, bend over this barrel. It's time for me to get my pay.
As early _ gifted a tier 1 sub to ditch _ 01.
Yo.
They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
There you go. There's your pay. Thanks, it's earlier. I appreciate that. How you doing, it's earlier? You feel prepared? That's a no. 200 billers? Hey. You know what? If you can get pen offhand day 1, I think that's all that matters. You'll be 385 or higher. You probably won't hit the DP requirement though. Will you? Or you definitely won't. With a pen offhand. What am I talking about? I legit need a deck offhand for the requirement for the third boss. But you should be able to at least do the second boss. Yo, what's up, Elegant? Hey, good morning, Nelly. Or good afternoon or evening for you. I think evening, right? It's like what? Either 5:20 or 6:20 for you right now. I think it's 5:20. Yeah. Distos are dead. Distos, more like essences of dawn. Am I right, chat? You cannot use yellow accessories for the Edania bosses. It will not even let you queue. You have to have full red gear. The only exceptions being your alchemy stone and your artifacts. Also, they're buffing Karazat earrings. They're getting 1 more AP if you're like above Hex or higher or something. Thoughts on Global Lab this week? Awesome. I liked it. Oh, there won't be PvP changes yet. They haven't finished the PvE changes. They said they were going to be working on the PvE ones first, and then they're going to do the PvP ones. And then they showed part of the classes, right? There was, what, like 5 or 6 classes that got PvE changes? But in the notes, they stated that they are not going to be releasing those changes to live until they finish the rest of the PvE changes. So, with that in mind, it means they're not done with the PvE changes, and since they said the PvP changes won't happen until the PvE changes are done, we still have time. They did what, 6 classes though? So, you know, I don't think they necessarily need to hit every class. There's some classes that are definitely fine, but I suspect it'll be like 2, maybe 3 more weeks of PvE changes before they start the PvP ones. The only class that's allowed to get buffs, you guys, is my class. Because my class is the only balanced class. Every class that I beat is fine. Every class that beats me needs nerfs. That's how BDO works. That's law. Yeah, every single one of you guys could make this argument. And you'll blend perfectly into Reddit if you do. Or class discords. That's the mentality of Reddit and class discords. My horse is way too fast for my PC. Is it a RAM issue? It's most likely a hard drive issue. I doubt it's a memory issue. Is it true Cowboy scared me off Arsha? He came out here one time. He was hiding in a bush. I saw his hand on his cock. He was licking his lips, and I said, "Nuh-uh, I'm out of here." And I dipped. Ain't no way I'm standing there being objectified like that. That is true, that did happen. No, honestly, with XP being a factor now into queuing for this Edania thing, if they don't do anything with XP is like the one thing that you cannot catch up on. Like, you would need to go so crazy. So, and now that we know XP is going to be a factor for queuing to be the Edania, yeah, if there's a tie, so Titch, for each castle, right, there's 7 spots that are going to be based on gear and 3 that are going to be random. So the highest geared people get selected for the 7 slots. If there's a tie between gear score, between any of the top 7 or people eligible for the top 7, then it goes based off of level and gear. So, if we ever reach the point where everybody's sitting there hard capped at the same gear level, then the only way to guarantee a spot is experience. And experience is something that you can never catch up on, because if somebody cares about XP, they just literally live on the dummy every time they're offline and just grind when they're online, and you will never catch them. And yeah, all of the chronic flavor of the month rerollers get fucked too. Because they only give... The only way to move your XP from one character to another is Scrolls of Equilibrium, and they only give away 1 of those a year. And these chronic rerollers, they're not rerolling once a year. They're doing it multiple times a year. If I'm not at DSR, I'm on a dummy. And that's me now too. Ever since I saw that, fishing is dead to me now. Because if you're like a full, like let's say if the top 7 people, if you're like a full level behind them, you will never catch up. As long as they dummy every night and grind in the day, you will never catch up to them. It could legit take you years and years and years to slowly trim away at that gap if PA doesn't do anything about XP. They sell 100% $100 EXP transfers too, do they? Wait. I know they... What are they called? Maybe they're called something else. There's fitness stats. Yeah, I know there's Scroll of Equilibrium. They don't give away Scroll of Equilibrium. Combat skill and XP. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they're not for sale right now. So, yeah, they're not available all the time. They're only available once in a while. They're available 3 to 4 times a year? Oh, okay. So, I mean, that's not so bad then. Actually, you know what? They're probably available twice a year, if I'm guessing. They probably have them in the shop every single time there's a new class. And that's typically twice a year. If you lose the Edania best out of 7, do you win anything? No, you're a loser. Why should you win something? People shouldn't get participation rewards. You get the realization you need to go out and get better at your class, or go get more gear, or one or the other. Or both. Yeah. But that's the thing. The people that only spend time leveling, they might be the ones most likely eligible for the free-for-all. But I can't imagine any person that's pushing levels being able to beat any of the well-known PvPers. So, like, there is still those 3 random slots, right? So even if Divios never gets into the 7 gear or XP slots, Divios will eventually get into one of the random slots. And as long as he wins the free-for-all, I know he'll cook every single leveled up person. And then they'll never have a chance of beating him. At that point, they might as well stop queuing. And that goes for more people than just Divios too, right? I don't know. Is there a single well-known PvPer that's also, like, high XP? I don't think there is. I don't think there's any overlap there. I can't think of a single person that pushes XP like crazy that's also a well-known PvPer. Now, correlation does not equal causation. Just because they're not a well-known PvPer, that doesn't mean they can't PvP. Maybe they're just not interested in it. Maybe this will get them interested in it, and they'll make a name for themselves now. But I think that'll be the exception, not the rule. You got an ally to win the Edania, like Choice? What do you mean? I think the free-for-all mode is nice. I think it's fun. It's going to be hard to coordinate who to kill because you're not going to have names. And there'll be some ways to cheese it initially, but I imagine they'll fix that because it's clear that they know that people being able to politic it is going to be an issue. But, yeah, you're not going to be able to see people's names. It's not like it's only one of each class. The only way right now to cheese it is to just make sure you customize your outfits so they're all the same color. But as soon as they eliminate that as an option, then you won't know who's who, and you're not going to want to hold DPS on somebody and then just have them stand up and grab you. Nah, those fights are too chaotic. It's not that easy. Don't get me wrong, it will give them an advantage, but it's definitely not a guarantee like you're portraying it. You also got to remember the reverse is true. A lot of the really good PvPers don't have gear, and they will never be eligible for the top 7 geared slots. So they're going to be just part of the 3 random. They gotta hope that they're randomly selected. Maybe later on when there's 10 castles, maybe people will be spread out enough. Yeah, because Edania 1A we're gonna have 3 castles, 1B we're gonna have 5, and by time 2 is fully rolled out, we should have 10. That's what they originally said. He's a gladiator in WoW after all. True. I just hope they address being able to dye your outfits the same color. Because I know they address the other things. If they do that too and just make it so you're the default class template for you, customizations and outfit customizations, I think that'd be a good thing. Please let you dye your Edania armor purple. Well, it looks like you are going to be able to dye your Edania armor, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to dye the glow. You can just disable costumes? Yep. That's the best way to do it. Disable costumes, and then make it so you can't have character customizations either. Because people could just make their characters have like a fat ass or really big arms. Something that makes it more noticeable, right? So when they added the Nova Black Star to the game, when Nova was first added to the game, you were able to dye that Black Star for the first week. It was bugged out. But it only dyed the weapon itself, not the glow. So just because there's dye slots available on the Edania armor, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to dye the glow. You might still have the red glow over whatever you dye the armor to look like. Now I hope you're able to, though. And I hope they eventually let us do it with the Sovereign weapons, too. Otherwise, it's going to look kind of dumb running around with a red glow on your armor and yellow glow on your weapons. Eventually, maybe what are they going to give you? Green glow on your ass? I don't know. One thing that's also important to understand when it comes to queuing for the castles is people who want to push gear are always going to queue for the highest castle because they need those stones, right? Higher castles mean more stones. You're not going to want to hinder your own progression by staying at a lower castle. Imagine if the person who wins Edania... Well, never mind. This was a stupid thought. Never mind. You obviously still would be able to do the weekly, so... disregard what I was about to say. So yeah, that'll make it even harder to compete, right? Or coordinate to get the same people into the highest castle. Because people are always going to be, you know, if they want to queue for Edania, people are obviously going to be doing the weekly for the highest castle that they're capable of doing. Yeah, Dekia 2 can drop the Ash Force piece, yes. I had one drop myself, I can confirm it. But yeah, people will certainly try to politics shit. People do that in every game, even outside of games. Right? There's no doubt that people will try to do it. I just don't think it's going to be as easy as people think it is. And there's definitely more PA could do to make it even more difficult to do. Like I said, it's kind of it's this funny situation where all the people who have been grinding PvE and like PvE only and not PvPing, they're the ones most eligible to fill those first 7 guaranteed slots, but they're the ones that are the least likely to win. And all the PvPers who are the most likely to win aren't going to hit the gear requirements, they're just going to be part of the random people to get selected. Most PvP-focused people are undergeared, most PvE-focused people are underskilled. You'll see me in a castle? Nah. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see if I get lucky. I'll be laying on my back? Yeah, with your mother riding me. So what? And then BDO will be just fishing in the background. What's your point? That's gross. Luckily, I'm skilled in both. I'm okay. I'm definitely not one of the prolific PvPers. And I'm definitely not one of the prolific PvEers. I'm just very consistent. But there are people out there grinding 7 days a week. Well, 12 hours is considered a short day. So... You ever heard the phrase, jack of all trades, master of none? I think that's me. Oh my goodness. Fox Spirit Charm, isn't that the offhand? No. Main hand? Damn, those are cheap black stars. Oh, I'll be honest, I've never heard the second part of that. I did not know. I haven't really had time to play Battlefield 6. Definitely something I want to fuck around on, but I've been playing like exclusively BDO, preparing for the new content. I'm more interested in that currently. No, you cannot. I think you can only swap XP to characters that are above level 50. I don't think it'll let you do ones that are below 50 for exactly that reason. I remember there was some type of requirement on it. Yo, my wife is just a category 3 now. My wife is getting so tired of this new hurricane. She's like, God damn it, so many people making jokes. Wait when she goes to the 5, I know. Shit's really gonna go down. You just want a cons? Nice. I wonder how those orders are doing right now anyway. They gotta be getting close to 10 now, right? Yeah, almost there. They typically tick up by about 10% a pop, right? I think a little bit more than 10% is usually the maximum tick up when something is in high demand. And max is 10, I believe. So, be like 4 more tick ups. Those will definitely get oversold too. At 10 bill a pop, there's no reason not to be doing that with your guilds for people who need it. We did it with 5 people the other day. And we were sloppy as hell. And we were able to still do it with just 5 people. If you actually have decent people in your guild that know how to do it, in total across the 3 weeks, it's like under an hour worth of effort for 10 billion silver. So if you haven't done it, you should be already getting ready to do it or starting to do the weeklies with your guild. That's not my guide. That's someone else's guide. It should explain it in there. I'll be honest, I don't really feel like going over interrogate pocketing. It's a bit of an explanation and requires demonstrations. But yeah, that's not my guide. Here, I'll try to give you a quick little TLDR. If you cancel out of Lightning Prison with Bolt or Impaling Flash, it puts your Interrogate in a pocket. So you can still use it. What you need to do is keep your ability chain going, and when you're ready to throw it, hit F. But be mindful that if you hit F and it will default to Radiant Annihilation first. So if you see Radiant come out, if it's off cooldown, you will need to do like another bolt and then do it. But you can also extend that in the main hand as well, right? So like, for example, there isn't a lot of use for it, to be honest. There isn't a lot of use for it. But like, I could do this, right? And then actually no, I just fucked that up. I'm pretty confident I fucked that up. 1 second. Oh no, I didn't. See? I kept it. Interrogate is a very shitty ability. So, even though you can do that, it doesn't really provide a whole lot of value. In fact, using Interrogate is one of the easiest abilities to punish a Sage for doing. And you literally put your hand up in the air like you're trying to ask teacher a question. You see that? You see an Awakened Sage do that? You get behind them and you float them. They're locked in that animation. And it's just, there's no reward to that ability. They should change it into an actual ranged ability. And then it would be okay. Then it would justify the lock and the low damage and the long animation. Should you lock interrogate? No, I mean, it's still useful for PvE, and like, sometimes like you'll have enough range on somebody, it's good for the neutral. It really depends on the person. But like when you throw it and you're using it in the neutral, it's legit just that. It's a very minor amount of chip while keeping yourself like at least a forward guard on a target that can't get behind you. But there's a lot of classes that can punish it well if they know how to. But yeah, like I said, you could do that, right? So now I'm in main hand, right? Normally you got to do it after like lightning prison. See? I actually said I wasn't going to explain it because it would require a demonstration, and then I just spent that time fucking doing it. Oh, goddamn. I'm just too nice. I am too nice of a streamer, right, chat? Honestly, interrogate is another ability they should just change it to its own ability. It would be okay if you could use it on its own. Choices Discord probably does. I tried using the app, but it wasn't. It isn't quite there for me. Yeah. You can basically do the same thing in game with 100% accuracy instead of, you know, spotty accuracy and having to have something up on your interface that, you know, is kind of annoying having up. At least I find it annoying. Just dedicate a storage for the trash for that day and just dump into it, right? So then you know how much you made for the day. The nice thing about this, 100% accuracy. Yeah, it's a pretty lightweight app, right? It's not a big app. You actually don't need 50 maids. You don't need any more maids than if you were using that app. Because if you're using that app, you're either going to need maids anyways to clear out your inventory, or you're going to have to horse stack. And you can do both of those things doing my method as well. Or this method. The maids are not a requirement for either of the two. The only thing that's going to really overburden you is your trash, and you can just stack on a horse. Maids are irrelevant to both. Or equally relevant to both. What's up, John? Okay, so you're missing the argument though, right? You said that after we were talking about doing this versus using the app. Obviously having maids is better than horse stacking. But maids versus horse stacking is completely irrelevant to either using the app or a storage. Because either way, you need to move the stuff out of your inventory. Like, stay on topic, please. I never said it isn't better to use maids. But that's relevant to both, which makes it irrelevant to the conversation. Once it's cleared. What do you mean cleared? If you're talking about cleared from PA, it's already cleared. Yeah. At least that's what Choi said. Choi said that he sent it to the team. They took a look at it. They saw that it wasn't intrusive. It was in good faith, right? It's not trying to create an unfair advantage for anybody. And they basically said, yeah, it's fine. Gave it a thumbs up. Because it just used screen grabbing, though, it'll never have 100% accuracy across all situations, right? And that's one of the biggest issues with it, depending on the resolution you're playing at, depending on the UI scale you're playing at, and if you want to use any other fonts, it messes it up. It just... yeah. You'll never have 100% accuracy. Well, I guess I shouldn't say never, but at least in the short term. The funny thing is PA was already going to implement something like this already built into the game. It was on Global Lab. I don't know if it still is. And for some reason, they just halted progress on it, or halted working on it. Critique the app. Hey, it's not 100% accurate. Get it to 100% accurate and I'll praise it. But I don't know. I don't feel like using something that's mostly accurate that I can accomplish the exact same way in game without an app on my PC that is 100% accurate. I think that tool could end up being used for something significantly better, to be completely honest. And from what I understand, there already is tools out there that do this. I don't know if there's an app that does it seamlessly, but I know there was a Discord bot in the past where you could take screenshots in a GVG and it'll actually track like how many kills and deaths everybody got, and kind of allow you to track it that way, a GVG. I think an app like that could be really cool for that, because that's something I could never see PA doing, and it's something you can't easily track in-game by just using a storage. I think that's where that app actually has the most potential to provide something to the community that, you know, PA will probably never provide. You got egoed by PA when asking for API access, really? Yeah, I don't think there is an official BDO API. I think it's just that because of the central market. I think the only reason why you can access the central market is because they wanted to make a central market app for your phone. And because of that, they had to make it accessible outside of the game, right? And I think that's the only reason why we can access it through other means, right? Have websites and stuff pull from it is because there's an app. I think if they never wanted to do a BDO app, then we probably wouldn't even have access to that. They could have made it non-accessible. Is that foolproof though? Is there a way to actually make it non-accessible? Or could people still find ways to bypass it? Yeah, but is there any way, like, if people found out, oh, there is an API for this, is there some way for them to get access to it? Or is it one of those things that you are able to keep 100% secure? Because as far as I'm aware, as long as it's on a computer, it's impossible for it to ever be 100% secure. You can keep it? Okay. I'd be curious why that's the case, or how that's the case. And if that is the case, then why aren't games able to do that, right? Why aren't games able to, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, if you can have something 100% secure, then couldn't companies then try to use that to stop piracy? I don't know. I guess with piracy, you already have the software on your computer, right? This is kind of just stopping people from to get access to it. But what about for other forms of data storage, right? When you have personal information on, like, companies have your personal information and they're getting hacked all the time. If you're able to keep APIs 100% secure, then why can't they keep personal information 100% secure? Well, when it comes to my personal data, I want there to be a ton to go into that as well, keeping it safe. If you go to garmoth.com, it actually shows the amount of money you make at spots. Your data is already gone, I know, but Doesn't mean we could stop it from here on out. And then our children can be safe, or at least our children's children. I did finish all my things, yeah. I think from this point forward, that's out the window. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, though. If we're just going to throw our hands up in the air every time something seems difficult and not try to make it a thing, then we never get anywhere. That's a terrible way to look at the world. We should always be trying to do better. Okay, now you're just saying buzzwords. Moving on. I've got people sending their ID to foreign companies just to be able to goon in my country. True. Oh, what is going on with that? You know, when you think about it, every spot's a tower spot if you grind slow enough. That's fucking true. Okay. Yeah. No, I know nothing about it, so I am definitely interested. I wasn't trying to be like, oh, no, this, blah, 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 blah. I'm actually genuinely curious. Because I feel like, in my experience, or at least to my limited knowledge, nothing on computers is ever 100% safe. There's definitely some things more secure than others, right? But as far as I'm aware, everything... nothing is ever 100% secure. So, by you telling me that there is a way to have APIs 100% inaccessible from foreign parties, then it makes me wonder, well, if they're able to figure out a way to do that, then why aren't they able to figure that out with other things as well, you know? How's it feel to get level 67? Approximately a little bit better than hitting 66. And a little bit worse than it will be to hit 68. I don't know. It was nice to get it out of the way. We're gonna keep plugging away at it now, though. I gotta keep my level advantage over these other streamers. So one day when we're all hard capped, my spot's guaranteed. The mark of dedication? Kind of. I would say that is true if just sitting on the dummies wasn't like insane XP. Like, there's legit people that, if they never played once, like, actively played the game once in the last 5 years, and all they did was just log in after the servers came up and dummied for the whole week, they'd be higher level than, like, 99.9% of the people. I think overnight XP training is actually a really dumb thing that never should have been added to the game. Because it's completely pointless to the lower people where levels matter. And for the higher people, it becomes like, you know, a absurd chunk of XP just for sleeping. Like, probably 1/3 of the XP I get every day is from sitting on the dummies overnight. Maybe if it was more similar to, like, the ratio of the money from fishing versus the money to grinding. Because think about that for a second, right? If I'm grinding... If I grind for a day, like, let's say I grind for an 8-hour session, and I get 0.3%, and then I dummy for 8 hours and I get 0.15%. That means that dummying is worth half as much as grinding. Now imagine if you grind for 16 hours, you make, let's say, 2 bill an hour, you make 16 bill. Now imagine if fishing was 8 bill a night. That's what the XP from dummying would be if you made, like, fishing versus grinding like the same ratios. If you grinded 2 bill an hour, it would be you know, you'd be making 8 bill overnight fishing. Yo, what's up, Socialnia? I fuck up your name every time. By the way, you guys, don't forget to save your Aegis and save your energy. There's probably going to be nodes to invest into, and there's going to be, you might as well use your Aegis at the new grind spots. Sage is kind of more tanky? No, it actually isn't. Sage is just harder to hit. It's at least in the case of Awakened Sage, it's easy to avoid, easier to avoid attacks than other classes, and it's easier to get back attacks. Like, Stuck Sage technically does more damage than Awakening Sage, but that damage gap is very quickly stripped away because Awakening Sage is way better at repositioning and getting back attacks. default camera settings. I have the viewport or whatever changed to the highest.
Mr. Streamer, I just hit 720 gear score this week. Don't worry, I have a pre-order on the Khan's Heart, so my Edania prep is complete.
Colossal. Where is it called? Wait, what is this? The number of maids you see at your residence? Yo! Give me all 130! When did they add that? Okay, it must be under display. There's UI scale. Effects? No? Oh, camera vision range. Here we go. I think at default that's at 70%. I think both Colossal and Lunar finished all their fangs. That money was good, but oh man, my brain was numb at the end of that session. Although, to be fair, my brain is numb at the end of doing 8 hours of anything, so... Oh shit, we gotta fix our loot scroll. Whoopsie! There we go. What's up, Bingy? I can't wait for Divios to become the Edania and keep you out of his region too, Bingy. I'm going to personally help
Colossal
Divios.
is a dangerous man. He attacks me by running by his spot.
Every single time Divios logs on, I'm going to immediately tell him your channel. I'm just gonna be like, yep. Let's see where he's at. Where's Bingy at? Bingy is Valencia 4. Get him, Divios. And then he's gonna swap the Valencia 4 and kill your ass.
You are Zeffy Weffy. I can't get enough of your deep, sexy voice. I wish you were deep in mine.
So? Be sick if I got Edania. It would be cool. Yeah. Oh, interesting, Kanjar. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Kanjara. Since there is no acknowledgement or authentication when accessing the API for the Black Desert Central Market, doesn't that create the opportunity to create an app where you can maybe link it to your Black Desert mobile account, and then as soon as it sees an item ticks up, it just automatically replaces your order? Couldn't you technically do that? Although I guess it would have to be... constantly polling the market though, right? Like every second it would probably have to do a request to check for an update. Otherwise, the biggest limit would be the interval between the polls. Do I get my secondary Black Star? Oh, I already had it. I had my secondary pen Black Star for a long time. I was enhancing Black Stars to convert stacks and resources into money. Wouldn't your computer changing your order be against? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, automating that would be against the terms of service, 100%. I just have Kinjara explaining to me a bit about APIs and stuff because he actually just he works in that territory, and yeah, if the mobile market is as insecure as he's suggesting, then not the mobile market, the central market, then it makes you wonder, like, if you because my thought process is, if it's capable to do that, if you're able to do that, then there's people probably already doing that. That's why I'm asking if it's possible, not because I want to do it, because if it's possible, it's most likely someone already is. Well, with the mobile app, you're all ready to see your orders and stuff, right? You log into your own account and all that. You access the market directly from your phone. And then the API is clearly able to see market ticks and stuff like that, because Garmoth will already send you notifications and stuff when things start moving, or at least when items get listed. I'm pretty sure you can also do market tick-ups with Garmoth. So I'm just wondering if there's some way to integrate those two things with each other, where you log into your account and then it keeps pulling the API until it sees the criteria you want met, and then it just automatically performs the function for you as soon as the criteria is met. Yeah, we know how the app works. We're not questioning how the app works. I'm talking about marrying, like, there's information. I don't know. I don't feel like explaining it all over again. Yeah, I'm not arguing that there's layers to it, but it clearly is all accessible, and we already have an app that makes your personal market already accessible. So what I'm saying is, why wouldn't you be able to marry the two into one app, right? Obviously, it would be against the terms of service to do that, but I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to do that then. And if that's the case, then people are probably, there might be already people out there doing it. And if that's the case, then it probably should be addressed. Price is probably delayed in the API. They're not, though. I'm pretty sure, like, Garmoth and all that shit updates, like, immediately. When you see it happen in game, you can just refresh the page and it's immediately updated on those websites and shit, too. The only thing that there isn't is something that, you know, like, connects your account to it. Because as soon as you can marry those two things together, you can then automate it. You could, you know, write a script that once specific criteria are met, like, for example, if an item drops below this price, of which you know it's possible to make profit, that it automatically buys it, right? Because we already know you don't need to be logged into game to actually see what the prices of stuff are and how much is listed. And we already know you don't need to be logged into game. You can be logged in on the app on your phone to access your own storage and buy stuff. So once again, you could have something constantly pulling the market while being logged into your account, like a third-party app that's connected to both of those things simultaneously. And if something gets listed below a certain price, it could just continuously buy it out. You don't have to constantly keep replacing your order, right? You could just automate that shit. Once again, that would be against the Twitch terms, or the BDO terms of service, and if you got caught, you would most certainly get banned. But it does seem like it's something that should be possible, and if it is possible, there's probably people already doing it. Yeah, yeah, exactly, right, Kanjar? Imagine using something like that to buy costumes. Every time a market hits the costume hits the market, it tries to buy it as fast as possible. That would probably be one of the most popular uses for that. With how the old market worked, the old market didn't work that way though. The old market didn't have an API in it or an app that needed to access it. There was no web access to it. This became more of a potential when the market became central, and then they wanted to create an app to access it. There certainly was. They certainly had the CAPTCHA in there for a reason though. So obviously there was other people trying. I think people in general, though, were just super slow, and people like to accuse bots back then. I don't know, maybe it was accessible, even before it was the central market. I guess I don't really know that for sure, whether it was or it wasn't. But I think in general, people are just slow, and when people are slow, they like to blame it on bot. I guess one thing you could do, I don't know if this is something that's possible to do with an API, but have like a poll limit, right? Where if something's constantly trying to send requests every like 10 times a second, have it blacklist them. Or temporarily deny them access for like 5 minutes at a time if they pull too quickly. Yeah, rate limiting, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, it's been 2 hours. I'm gonna go take a quick little peek at my my pork. All right. Huh. So what's everybody's sovereign offhand goal next week? You aiming for pen? You aiming for Oct? You aiming for deck? Knob set, pen, deck. Ooh, deck. Just try to get one. Pen. Yeah. I think pen's a very good goal. You get the majority of the stats. Very reasonable to hit. Some dumbass thought it would be a good idea to reissue the gift certificates before we cancel the order. So if an issue happens while reissuing them, you can perpetually keep reissuing. God damn. We need to figure out how to do that with BDO discount coupons. Let's see. Tonight we get the stack. And then Tuesday night we get this. Wednesday night. And Thursday night another 1,000. So we're only going to have the 2,000. Fuck, I wish I had the rest of these. Can we delay it another week? Yeah, I think it's actually gone up. But I think that's because a lot more people are grinding Darkseekers all of a sudden. With BMC prices through the roof, and people knowing, like, I need 20,000 BMCs myself, right? Luckily, I already had enough, but I think people are like, fuck, I need to start getting these BMCs now, and then I have them when I need them later. And that's causing people to get, you know, more essences. Yep. Well, I have 24 Dawn Crystals that need to be upgraded. They take 300 essences apiece. I have 20 different Lightstone sets that have Lightstones that need to be upgraded. Or sorry, 20. Fuck, where's my sheet? All the numbers are a blur. The numbers, what do they mean? Oh no, wait, did I? Oh no, here it is. So I have 20 artifacts that need to be upgraded. And that'll be 100 magical shards per artifact. So that's 2,000 magical fragments. Now, in those Lightstone sets, I have approximately, you know, 40 Lightstones. 160 different Lightstones that need to be upgraded, which take 50 apiece. So that's another 8,000. And then my Dawn Crystal upgrades are going to take 300 apiece, and I have 24 of those to do. And that's 7,200 more. And then, you know, there's the new Edania crystals that I'm going to want to make. They take them as well. So I've estimated 20,000 will leave me with some left over. Oh, DSR value is definitely going to go up when Edania drops, because there's going to be a ton of people going for that are going to need stacks. And if there's a lot less people grinding out here, the supply is going to be dramatically lower. Stage have an awakening quest? Yes it does. Once you finish the succession quest, there should be another one that brings you to the ancient stone. No. The ancient fissure in Media. And that's where the awakening quest is. There's no way for us to know that information, Vilky. It's not out yet. One thing we do know is you don't need to do the Edania quest chain for the Sovereign Offhand. But yeah, in order to access the bosses, you might have to do stories. You never know, it might be like Land of the Morning Light, where you gotta, you know, there's like a base story going on, and then there's like a fork in the road where you gotta pick the sub-stories. So you, obviously, if you want to do Enslar as quickly as possible, then you do that story first. Yeah. That would be funny, Divios, and it would stop people from trying to cheese the bosses with really good PvE classes. I kind of hope they do that. but I'm also playing a class that's good at everything, so I admit I am biased. I might not have this same position if I wasn't one of those classes. The hell? One per week per family. It's a weekly quest to get the reward, and then you do the boss and complete the weekly quest. I hope you're still capable of fighting the other bosses once you finish the quest, because once I kill Enslar and get my rewards, it would be cool to go back and fight the other bosses too. I hope you're able to fight those bosses as much as you want, but you can only get the reward once through the weekly. Do you drop Kaboos often here? Not really. Yeah. I think it showed the... Actually, I can't remember now, but I think... Fuck. 1 second. If I'm not gonna guess. I'm just gonna go look. See, Edania's throne. Oh no, the seal is separate from the box. So the box is from the weekly. Actually, I guess it depends. Is the seal part of the weekly or is it part of the... It's definitely not part of the box. So yeah, you never know. Maybe you get the seal just for killing the boss, but the box is from the weekly. And if that's the case, then yeah, you could queue up for any castle. You don't have to just be stuck in, you know, trying to be the Adana of the best castle. Each Adana token obtained as a weekly quest completion reward can only be used during the Adana challenge application period. Oh, okay, so it sounds like that is part of the weekly quest then. And if that's the case, then you're stuck just doing the castle that gives the most stones, unless you want to give up a stone or two. Oh, that's lame. So that means, like, if I want to make sure I'm getting the maximum stones every week, then I'll never get to go fight the other two bosses. That's lame, because I do want to try fighting those bosses. Full deck armor and you can? True. Divios, I did some quick math yesterday. If Edania 1B, when they give us the next two castles, if those give us up to 5 stones, and then if they release Edania Part 2 and the next 5 castles, and we can get up to 10 stones, and if they release that in December, then we could have people with average luck can be full deck armors by the end of next year. Yeah, that was based off of 3 stones a boss until September, 5 stones a boss until December, and then 10 stones a boss after that. You could be full deck with average luck by the end of next year. Yeah. It's still a decent amount of stats, though. I was actually looking at it earlier. It alternates between 1 hidden and 1 sheet on both. So, the difference between base Edania armors and pen Edania armors was something like 52 evasion and 44 DR. But you gotta have all 4 pieces. But that's still a ton of stats. That's like 2 pen cadres and a crescent. A little bit less than both of those. Did I say crescent? I meant centaur. I think I said crescent there. Yeah, they shouldn't have just gave the 10 accuracy right off rip. That was definitely silly. And I plan on converting boots, gloves, and chest. Assuming I can kill Enslar, I plan on converting those 3 pieces and then doing the helmet last. Do the helmet next week. And then after that, just rotate upgrades. Helm, chest, gloves. Why not boots? I want to do the boots, chest, gloves, because I figured I could have the set visible and then just turn the helmet off. The biggest advantage, the biggest thing that evasion is gaining is having a lot more AP headroom to put on evasion crystals. But in terms of just the initial relative evasion, like, people don't realize that evasion users, when you weigh the amount of evasion they're gaining versus the amount of accuracy everyone else is gaining, their effective evasion is going down, not up. And then they try to counter-argue that and be like, oh, well, they're also gaining a ton of DR, but they also don't realize that people are also gaining a ton of AP. So when you actually weigh all those things against each other, like, yes, technically they're going to have more DR, proportionally more DR than the amount of AP people are gaining, but the amount of evasion, effective evasion they're losing, they're definitely going to be squishier. The primary difference is, when you're running a build like that, you will have significantly more AP than you used to, giving you a little bit... You won't be... Like, right now, you're in this really weird situation where if you build evasion, you can't kill other evasion people. You kind of run into each other, you hit each other a couple times, you do a little nod, and then you go your separate ways looking for the squishy people. Where because the evasion people are gaining a ton of accuracy and they're not gaining a bunch of evasion, evasion people might actually be able to start killing other evasion people. That's kind of the biggest change that's happening. And if the evasion people are killing other evasion people, you know, what does that mean for, you know, trying to tank his evasion versus others? The thing is, the main reason why evasion was king so long wasn't actually because of the evasion itself. There was actually two different things at play. For one, the majority of the reason why evasion was as strong as it was because people mostly built pure AP for grinding, and AP countered DR. So by focusing on your grind speed, you also focused on doing more damage to DR. And that was just like the default state for like 99% of the population. If you built to actually kill evasion, you annihilated evasion before, if you got the accuracy accessories, but you were hurting yourself in PvE, so people didn't want to do it, right? And people didn't want to have to buy 2 sets. The second thing that disproportionately buffed evasion more than DR was how many hits everybody used to do and true damage on abilities. Because evasion was an all or nothing type deal, and if the attack didn't hit, the true damage wasn't applied, that meant all the extra hits and all the true damage that was coming from elixirs always hit DR way worse than it hit evasion, which also contributed to DR feeling squishier, right? But they actually fixed that with how they changed evasion, because evasion isn't all or nothing anymore. When you see a miss, that doesn't mean that that portion of the ability did 0 damage, it just means it did reduce damage. It's almost like a completely separate type of damage reduction at this point. It's like a form of damage reduction that doesn't apply all the time. But yeah, these weren't specific problems with evasion being too strong. This was just, you know, how people built and issues with the game. Also, evasion was primarily an issue if you played classes that had shitty accuracy, and that's long been resolved too. You would have some classes that would have almost no accuracy in their kit, or the accuracy was impossible to keep up. And then you'd have some classes that were running around with an evasion offhand for free.
Succession Wizard has never been so weak in the history of Doe. If Pa doesn't buff Wizard, I will whine and moan even more on stream.
Yeah, I know, I didn't say any names either. All of a sudden people just calling out Hunter, that's fucked up. What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? We need to keep Dawn on Sage. That's stopping us from getting nerfed. Yo, what's up, Cook?
Succession Wizard has never been so weak in the history of Doe. If Paw doesn't buff Wizard, I will whine and moan even more on stream.
I'm surprised you guys didn't do the baby cry sound effect or whatever it is.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Succession Wizard is so bad. There's only one thing I can do to cure my depression. Another trip to Miami. I'm ready for my pegging.
What is wrong with you? Are you feeling okay? Oh, I was watching Blue the other night, and he was talking about only use Google Docs to make class guides, and wanted to know your thoughts on that. Why my thoughts specifically? Also, more importantly, why are you putting that much weight into Blue's thoughts? I'm curious about both those questions. What is your favorite color and why is it not purple? You bastard.
My thoughts hold a lot of stock.
So, Mando? You there? Hello? Microphone? Okay, one, you're already wrong. That's not my guide. And two, once again, why are you putting so much weight into Blue's opinion? Actually, you know what? Maybe this goes perfectly to Blue's point, now that I think about it. You know, if Blue says that only idiots use Google Docs to make class guides, maybe that's because most idiots don't know how to read and they want information force-fed to them. And maybe, Mando, you're the perfect proof of that, because the fact that you think that's my guide when in no way, shape, or form, anywhere does it say it's my guide, shows that you're also incapable of reading. So Blue's probably right.
It's not my guide, stupid head. You big dummy. You idiot, stupid, dumb, dumby, dumbo.
Yeah, can you put that in recycling, kiddo? Oh, here, take the lid too. So now I will make an argument as why a document is perfect for a guide, especially in a game like BDO. There's a lot of changes that happen to classes over time, and updating a video is super annoying every time they do an update. Where updating a document, you know, it's immediately accessible and to everybody and immediately changes it for anybody who has it bookmarked, right? And all you have to do is change that specific area. You don't have to open up the original video editing file. You don't have to go through and edit the specific spot. All you have to do is just edit the relevant parts that changed. So when it comes to getting out accurate information and doing it easily for other people, then the documents are ideal. when it comes to content creation and monetizing that idea, then making videos are better because, you know, you're just trying to generate as many views as possible. But at that point, you're doing it for yourself. You're not doing it for the community, right? The community just happens to benefit as a byproduct of you doing it for yourself. That's probably the primary difference. What do you mean ad? Don't you dare tell me that I hit you with that zinger and you didn't even get to hear it. And now I can't even zing you with it again because you just subbed. You bastard.
Looks like someone's mad.
I am mad. I'm pissed. Yeah, that would be nice, Plata. I don't know if Archives guide, because once again, that's not my guide, that's Archives. I don't know if his has that. I can't remember, I honestly didn't look for it, but that is a useful thing, right? So when people, like, look up a guide, and if they see, like, it's a recent date on top, then they immediately know it's up to date. They're not, like, constantly, I hope this is up to date. Hey, thanks for watching, Pwipine. They keep their changelog updated on the guide? Oh, hell yeah. See? And that's why Archives Guide is goated. Goated. Yeah, but remember, Blue lives his life through how he can monetize things. How he can sensationalize things, how he can monetize things. Some people just like helping the community, right? And doing a document like that allows you to be much more in-depth and make much more rapid changes. And has no monetization involved. Think of it, the difference between making videos and just making a publicly accessible Google document is the difference between somebody who... someone who volunteers versus someone who doesn't. Just doing a publicly accessible document that you keep up to date is like the equivalent of a volunteer. Somebody who's doing it genuinely because they just want to help people. Taking a break till Edania. I'm headed out to camp for 2 days, 2.5 days, yeah. So I'll be coming back Thursday, the day of Edania, but I'm gonna be a couple hours late getting home.
If Blue said that only idiots use Google Docs to make class guides, maybe that's because most idiots don't know how to read and they want information force-fed to them. And maybe, Mando, you are the perfect proof to that, because the fact that you think that's my guide, where in no way, shape, or form anywhere does it say it's my guide, shows that you are also in—
Shut up, bitch!
I can't believe, aside from the typo with no and now, I can't believe you got that shit fucking word for word. What the hell? Now tell me, Colossal, did you remember it word for word? Or did you go back and were you like pressing play and pause and rewind in a clip or the VOD? As you're typing that shit out. You clipped it? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I was gonna be impressed if you remembered it all, because that shit was perfect. I don't know how many deck offense will be made day one. At least one. I just really hope that I don't lose everything while making it, because I really want to have resources available for the Alchemy Stone. Am I going to be the one? Yes. Unless I pity my first Nov, accidentally downgrade because I forget to use Korans, and then pity Nov a second time, and then pity deck, I'm guaranteed my offhand. I'm not making my deck day one this time. Yeah, you're lucky in that sense, right? That's the advantage that the Pen Fallen God owners do have. Is with the Alchemy Stone around the corner, they don't need the deck offhand to access the third castle. So they can save resources until they know about the Alchemy Stone. Yeah, come on, Colossal. He plays a Wagyu. Let's not get crazy. Now, if he played a class like Awakening Sage, then sure. Yeah, that's not the right song that's playing. Vibot was wrong. This is called Lost in Space by Avantasia. Avantasia with Amanda Somerville. And yeah, I like the song. I'm gonna add it to my playlist. Sage dead, nerfed, reroll when. I know, right? You're telling me that I have to pay attention to positioning myself on one medium ranged ability that I can instantly cancel out of? Yeah, unplayable. I don't know how they could do this to my class. Unfucking playable. It's the only class I can play with arthritis without severe hand problems. Yo, have you tried Awaken Guardian? Yo, and now with click to move gone, set up that Awaken Guardian on a controller? Holy. Maybe I'm an Awaken Guardian again. I just need to get a recliner down here. I need to go sick to sick mode. Roll up the recliner. Plug in the controller. Hell yeah. $300,000 crowns enough for Auk. I'm too dumb for the Google document. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's more than enough to hit average. I think you'd have to get crazy lucky. Here, let me take a peek. Let's see. Oct is... says total vendor crons. Total with vendor crons. Oh wait. Oh yeah. You should have enough to get Nov. You should have enough to hit average on Nov. Let's see if you pity. Agris Crons is... Yeah. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, that's average. Yeah, you have enough to hit Agris. Like, if you hit Agris on every enhancement, you would still have enough to hit Oct. With 300,000 crons. And with the amount of crons you have almost double the average to hit Nov. Although, wait, that's not total average. I think that might be per step. But no, if that was... Never mind. No, I guess that must be total average. Unless those are the individual... Fuck. Wait, those might be the... Yeah, you have enough to hit average on Nov. And a reasonable amount. The average amount of crons for deck is 455,000. From base, yeah. Or maybe not from base. Those are the individual steps. Never mind. Let's see. Average is 1K plus 2K plus 4K. So we at 7, 8, 16.
Nothing's booming, chat's dump, it's pure sanity, rusting every fool with comedy, profanity. He bends in sick rhymes for the Twitch primes, cooking their brains while he's dropping punchlines.
126. Just under 300,000 to hit average on Nov. And then, oh, never mind. I guess from base, it's about 750,000 to hit average. $750,000 crons to hit average on deck. Oh, maybe that's what the total is. Wait. Oh, Agris is over there. Oh, never mind. That was the total. 738,000. Oh, I was looking at the wrong number. Another reason why docs are bad. People can't read. Yeah, 738,192 crons to hit average from base to deck. So approximately 2.25 billion silver with vendor crons. With 1 million crons, yeah, you're above the average. You're about 33% above the average. Which is good. I have almost enough silver to get the average with just vendor crons. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess between the stones and stuff I already have too, the crons I already have. If I end up having to sell trash, I am now above average. And if I end up having to go through all this and start tapping into costumes, then I'm in despair territory. I know, right, WOs? Ugh. Imagine selling a 1.3 trillion in
I play
trash.
this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
I know, right? Thov is fucking... Whew. Shit's scary. You could legit be up trillions or down trillions. Interrogate pocketing is when you pocket interrogate. When you do lightning prison and you cancel out of it with impaling flash, or you cancel out of it with bolt, it'll keep your interrogate in your back pocket. And if you're not mindful of that, you could accidentally throw it at a time where you don't want to throw it.
I'm a loser.
Like you might go to throw a radiant annihilation, and then accidentally throw an interrogate. Or you might go to throw, like if your key presses are bad and you don't realize that you did a lightning prison, you had pocketed your previous interrogate, and then you don't meet any of the requirements to either lose the pocket or use the interrogate, and then you go to do another lightning prison, but you hit F first before shift, and then it throws in an interrogate instead of the lightning prison. It's just something that in general can fuck you if you're not mindful of it. I should take a look at what the weather's supposed to be over the next few days. Trying an underfoot? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's underfoot, not underfoot. God damn. Tarantino, is that you? Okay, where is it? Oh yeah, weather. Okay, it's supposed to rain tonight. And then sunny tomorrow. Wait, what about tomorrow? Oh, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Oh. Our first half a day at camp, it might be just rainy. Oh, no. Wednesday it's supposed to be sunny, but it's not going to be super hot. It's going to be like a beautiful day. Should rain at the end so you can come home early? We'll still find other things to do. If you let rain interrupt your camping, then you're not camping properly. Just means you gotta build the fire twice as big, keep it rolling, and put on your raincoat and continue as usual. And then you rotisserie yourself next to the fire to keep yourself mostly dry. though. It's a shame I'm not going to be around right away, though. It would have been cool to like get a bunch of people lined up that are planning to go for deck, and then do group tapping. That would have been fun. Just get all 5 people clicking deck. Yeah, you couldn't group tap for every step of the way because you just have people waiting for others to catch up. But for deck, that would be fun. For Nav and deck? Yeah, you could do it for Nav and deck. I don't expect anybody to wait for me, but I'd totally get in on that and do group deck taps. But I might not get home until like noon Eastern, like 3 hours, 3-4 hours after the servers come up, assuming they're not late. And they're usually not. PA's usually pretty good with that. Gangbang them decks. Oh, what? Imagine one of the 5 forget to cron because they are not used to the group enhancement UI. Yeah, but I think with the group enhancement UI, it shows the other people using crons or not, so you could kind of keep each other safe, right? Couldn't you notice if somebody else forgot to check crons and be like, hey, yo, you forgot to click crons? Yeah, you could keep each other safe. Everybody looking out for everybody. ELE, baby. ELE! Yeah, imagine. Yeah, I'll ask. If anybody wants to wait, we could do it together. I don't expect anybody to wait for me. Although some streamers like to really draw out each click. I like the click quick, so maybe I don't want to get involved in that. Yeah, I don't stall. I actually like to click skip. So to me, doing group enhancing, I don't think you can skip with group enhancing, can you? So to me, that's already stalling. Although, I'll be honest, I might not do a single skip, because at least if for some reason I fuck up and forget crons, if you skip, there's no coming back from that. It's over. You notice after it's over. Where at least if you let that shit rip, if you let it roll through, I mean, then you at least have a chance to notice. Yeah, don't pull a Kanjara. Don't go for deck, accidentally downgrade. And actually, maybe you want to be a Kanjara. He accidentally raw tapped, downgraded, got it back to Nav, and then hit deck pretty quickly. Maybe you need that little slingshot effect, you know? You gotta pull back. I wonder. Yeah, that was March 15th. He messaged me just out of the blue. I get a message. He goes, I just fucked up big time. I accidentally swung for deck with no crons, downgraded by about 8. And I said, no shot. Oh my fucking god. And then he took a screenshot of the Oct weapon. I said, holy fuck, that blows. And then all of a sudden he's like, back in 12 clicks. Thank fucking god. I was like, holy shit. Do I say it? And he's like, I'm like, that could have been deck. And then he's like, I both fucked and unfucked myself there. And yes, you're right. That could have been. I'm like, thank God you're back in 12, though. But I don't have you messaging me telling me the deck. Which is weird. Did you delete those messages? Because I feel like you got it in that night, didn't you? Didn't you continue going for deck and then you got it after? Or maybe you linked it. You called out the deck in game. Oh, that's right, I fucking did. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, it was before Siege. Essa, Recompensa, Drop the Black Desert, Fez, okay, sorry, I don't know what language that is, but I'm just gonna assume I know the question. And the answer is, yeah, my penis is massive. Some might call it the biggest. Okay, fine. Fuck you, Chad. I thought that was funny. I'm sorry. You keep yapping, Bingy. I'm gonna mod Divios and let him take you out of here. I'm gonna have him show you the door. Actually, I'm surprised Divios isn't a mod in here already, to be honest. Since you're streaming Divios, I'm gonna give you mod. both Biceptimus and I gave each other mod for this reason too. Whenever people are acting really fucking weird in like your stream, sometimes it's fun to go to like each other's streams and see if that person also acts weird there. It's sometimes funny, you'll have somebody come into your chat and say some real weird shit, and then you go to like these other streams. I'll go to Vert's stream, I'll go to Biceptimus' stream, I'll go to Norelio's stream, I'll go to your stream, I'll go to all these streams, and I'll check that same person's message history, and you'll see them saying the same shit everywhere, trying to get this weird reaction. Divios, oh my goodness. Come on, Divios, with great power comes great responsibility. Sorry, Bangy, I'll unban you. I can't believe Divius would do that, already abusing his power. Just think, you guys, this man's gonna try to be the Edania. He's gonna rain terror upon his region. Okay, Divios, you can't keep banning him. Cut that shit out, Divios. Anyone done the math on how many hours 66-7 would have taken for you at Dark Secrets here? Well, with the XP events, I was getting approximately like 1/20th of a percentage an hour, and that's with the 1000% XP. Although now I'm grinding with XP artifacts and XP crystals, so 1/20th of a percentage, right? So 20 hours per percentage, plus 100 hours on, or times 100 hours on top. That's like what, 2,000 hours? But I also dummy overnight, and dummying overnight trims off like, you know, a good chunk of that. Getting 6-7 for Edania is not a bad idea. No. I was happy I did it. I had no idea that they were going to make it like something that was to be worth considering. And now that it is a thing, it makes me want to not stop grinding for XP. Like, I might legit never go to Arsha anymore. And this kind of pisses me off, because I was so excited about being able to grind in a PvP setup now and just live on Arsha. But this shit now makes me just want to grind with XP artifacts and lightstones on all the time. What's the bonus for levels? It's not necessarily a bonus for levels, and it's not something that's really going to be relevant for a while. But if we ever reach a point, and assuming Edania is still, you know, something that people want to be in like a couple years from now, if we reach a point where everybody's sitting at the same gear level because we're like all hard capped, then level is going to be the only thing that guarantees you a slot for those seven spots per castle. But there's a lot of assumptions going on there. That's assuming that everybody gets full deck and there's no new gear upgrades in the next 2 years, which, you know, both are, or at least the second is extremely unlikely. If there's no gear upgrades in 2 years in BDO, then, you know, BDO is probably dying. Because the whole name of the game when it comes to MMOs is just adding more. It's about that carrot on a stick, right? You got to keep that carrot away from the horse, because as soon as the horse catches the carrot, he doesn't have incentive to move forward anymore. And we're the horse, right? We're the players. The PA keeps dangling new gear in front of us to keep us moving. So if they stop adding new shit for us to move towards, that means they just don't give a fuck about us anymore and the game's dying. At the moment, you don't need to do it at the moment. You just need to use it for the bosses. That's it. And there'll eventually be a new upgraded alchemy stone, no doubt. Oh shit! We got enough embers now to make a flame. Guess that makes me a donkey, but I'm not able to keep up with the dashing horse getting deck right off of that. You don't need to, Bingy. Shit, we're clout. Oh, too slow. Yeah, for some reason that's normal for the unicorn. It's clear the dad horse is very buggy. Voltarian's still the superior horse. They just need to make it so Voltarian also gives all 3 buffs. Let's one up that, except slower. The little teleport, like triple jump it does, is so good for climbing up things compared to like just trying to fly on the Pegasus. Devios, I only made 4 pen black stars. And I got lucky unlucky with them. So I actually pitied 2 of them. So I didn't have to burn any of the stacks I was making. And like almost all of the stacks I was using for tets, like almost none of them went. I think like 2 out of all of the tets that I made went on a stack that, you know, was almost at the point where I was saving it. So I ended up making just a bunch of 200 and 300 stacks. And I ended up converting a lot of the resources that are in my storage. I spent about 100 billion from this storage, and I made 4 pen black stars and left with more stacks than I started with. I burned a ton of these small stacks, but I lost 100 here, but, you know, the 4 black stars were under 320 bill before tax. So minus the 100, minus tax. Made some good fucking money. Yeah. Yeah, between the crons I have and the silver I have, I should be able to hit average without having to sell any trash. It's not a big deal if I do have to start selling trash, though. Just it'd be cool if I didn't have to. You're holding 28 pen black stars? Yeah. Holding them right now, they're actually crashing quite a bit. Holding them right now is probably a good play because people are going to want to experience the new content, and you know, they'll probably start bouncing back, you know, in that little bit after the release. You're kind of cooked if they don't go up to 90, 100. I don't think they'll go up that high. Why would you be cooked if they don't go up that high? There's no way you spent more than that. Yeah, Chaos Silence was double deck Sovereign weapons. I don't know if it was day 1, but it was definitely the first week. How are video players such at a difference in silver? Because some people play the game. Hey, Bingy. Open up your history and show me how many mobs you've hit over the last 30 days. RNG is why? I mean, if that was the case, I mean, I don't know for sure, but Chaos apparently went above average on both of his. Like, bad luck on both his previous decks. Some people have jobs. Some people's jobs are the game. I've been grinding. What do you mean? I doubt it. I bet you grind for... Oh, wait. Bingy's hitting black stars right now. Look at this guy go. He just hit a tet, baby. Good luck, Bingy. Get that pen. Get it. No, I don't want a pen. Oh, he's trying to build stacks. Well, then I really hope he gets it. Twirl his nose hairs, yeah. Yeah. That's why I really don't like time gating. I want effort gates, not time gates. Because as long as enhancements are RNG, if things are time gated, then there's no recourse for bad luck. It's not like you could just be like, okay, I guess I'm gonna put in twice as many hours today to try to make up for this bad luck. No, it just is what it is. You're stuck with it. That's why I think most people would agree we don't actually want time gates, we want effort gates. We want when new things are added to the game, you have to play the game and experience the new content to get what you need to push forward. Yeah. They should have also made it so you can grind up additional stones in the new region. But make them, like, really rare. Like, remember when they first added black stars? Remember how, like, the main way to get masses was the node, the Star's End node? But you could very rarely just get a stone drop. Like a mass of pure magic drop anywhere in the world. Like, just imagine if the stones were like that, where just like, maybe once a week, like, if you're lucky, a stone will pop up an extra click. That'd be kind of cool. I have a feeling people will mold and complain that the bosses are too hard initially. And then once they actually learn the things, it's going to be a cakewalk. And then PA will nerf them based off the initial reaction, and then they're just going to be brain dead easy. That's my prediction. Yeah. Because they're all bugs, yeah. They only die to bugs? I know, right? And it does happen, right? Sometimes the AoE isn't properly in the right spot. But it isn't every time. You're coping at that point. That's like playing an FPS and every time you died is because of lag. How much trash should I do? I don't know. I don't count it. What do you mean, you have a Maya? By the way, hello. What do you mean treasure stones? I might miss what you're talking about. Is that spatial? No. That's, I have spatial locked. That's a Taurus bomb. Yeah. Well, that's the realization that I eventually came to. When they first added C10 Sangoon, I was doing that shit and I was malding. I was like, this is bullshit. Classes that have spammable PvE iframes, this is so easy for them. Where I actually have to rotate different things and if things aren't available, and I was malding because I was dying because I didn't know the fight. But as I did the fight more and more, and every week it got easier and easier, now I basically one-shot it unless I do something really stupid. And then, like, Pig came out, and it was the same deal. At first, I was a little upset, but I was a little more conditioned because of Sangoon. And now I, like, one-shot Pig every time. And then, like, when they added Gumiho, I went into that with a completely different mentality. I was like, okay, even if this does feel tough at first, it's actually just because of inexperience. Just practice it, and, you know, it'll feel very trivial soon. And yeah, it does feel trivial now. Now, it also feels more trivial now because the fight's shorter, because we do so much more damage to those bosses than we used to. There's less time, and therefore opportunities to fuck up. But I can do them pretty consistently now, even while streaming and trying to interact with chat. If I'm locked in and not streaming, I practically one-shot them every time. Yeah, they should do that, Cooked. That toggle should stay on for bosses. It is kind of annoying having to start it up every time. Yeah. Base off time-killing bosses? That'd be interesting. I'm actually surprised they didn't do that instead of XP. Now that you mention that, they could have made it time-based. If the gear is the same, then it's based off time killing the boss. Although, I guess one of the problems with that is some bosses are very RNG based. You could be really good. Like, Gumiho is probably the perfect example. When you get that little clone necklace phase, you get to kill, like, do 25% of her health in that phase. And if you get that, like, 2 or more times, holy, your time is so low. Shut up, John. Necklace. Better? Fuck. Fuck, I hate you guys. God damn it, why do I... Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, because at that point, right, like, all the people who are pushing the bosses are generally really good. At that point, it would be just about spamming the boss as much as possible. until you got like good attack patterns. And that would be kind of lame. Little ooh, I'm assuming that they're shy. Probably because shies are little rats. They should be nuked off the face of this planet. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Oh. By the way, you guys, PSA, do con with your guilds. If you haven't done the one-time family quest to get a con's heart, all it takes is like 5 half-decent people in your guild to kill the boss in a reasonable amount of time. And if you have actually more than that, it'll go really fast. And you just have to do that 3 times, and you're going to get an item that you can sell for potentially 10 billion here soon. But that's going to be short-lived. That market will be satiated pretty quickly, so... Well, if you don't have 5 decent people, well then you need a new guild. Ask Kythar, he can tell you all about that. I did get one, yeah. Funny story, or maybe not that funny, or we'll just say a story. So, 2 days ago, we were doing our venomous night fangs, right? And I caught the tick up, but I was a little slow and I got the number 2 order. I didn't get the number 1 order. But both Ianu told me if I got the number 1 order, he would sell it. And Colossal ended up actually having one too. So they both agreed. They didn't want it. Ianu already had a backup one for himself. So Ianu sold his to clear the first order, and then Colossal sold me his. Turns out that first order was Choice. Choice fired up his stream later that day and said that he ended up getting the first order in the morning, and then when he came back to the PC or whatever later, he had it filled. So he ended up getting the one Ianu sold to clear that first order for me, and then I got Colossals. Scrapping the cheese, I know, right? One second. There we go. For you pen fallen god enjoyers. Alright. Yes! Yes! That's Bingy! That's Bingy! He just got pen! Let's go, Bingy! There you go. What stack did you blow up, Bingy? I hope it was a big one. I love BDO. 314? Wait, that's not bad. Not ideal, but not bad. You got pen what? Black Star. And it just got listed. He just min-priced that shit, didn't he? He just min-priced that shit. This man's allergic to money. I'm pretty sure at that price, I don't know if you make money. I don't know if you break even at that spot. He made the shy one? No, I think he swapped. I think he was working on a bit Clary too, though. You might be right, though. I do remember him hitting the Viclari, but I could have swore I saw a pole. Thingy? Microphone? Oh, no, never mind. It was a shy one. Never mind. He didn't min it. Let's see. Did he list it yet? Oh, no. There it is. Ah, there we go. Good man. Good man. Oh, my goodness. Bingy's a market disruptor, though. You got those two people sitting at max price. They just gave themselves each other a little nod and a handshake, and now Bingy's coming in, undercutting both of them. He's about to start an undercutting war, because now there's a third party involved. You're undercutting him right now? Do it. Do it. Ah, he did too! Oh, there it is. Oh, too funny. You take it off once it's up? Not if I buy it. Meh.
Do it! Just do it!
Yeah, now you're a war target. Everybody knows. Doesn't matter who they once were to you. It matters what guild they're in now. If my wife played BDO with me and she saw me all of a sudden in an enemy guild, in the middle of the night, I would have a pillow over my face. It would be over. You're in Shameless now. Huh? Pillow is still humane. Could be much worse. Could be much better, man. I'd much rather her suffocate me with them booty cheeks. Wait, there is no... You didn't know he was... You didn't know? You asked! You didn't even say! You're like a fake real friend. If you were a real friend, you would have been like, Chaos isn't in Digi, he's in Shameless. But you were like, I think he left Digi, I'm pretty sure. See, that's not a real friend, that's a fake friend. I want to ask, how come sometimes some of my characters force you to make the main hand first before the sub-awaken weapon? I have no idea. That might be a Dibios or a Chaos question. I am not that versed in that market. Such a pie hole. Damn right it's a pie hole. It's certainly not a cake hole. I fucking love pie. You may just... I want a blueberry pie right now. Some vanilla ice cream. Warm that shit up. Oh, fucking hell yeah. Whew. I want to go to the store now. I'm feeling some type of way. Warmed up blueberry pie with vanilla ice cream. Oh my god. I wonder if there's a such thing. So pecan pie is really good. I wonder if there's like a maple pecan pie. I bet there is. That sounds amazing. I've never had one though. Oh, someone's calling me. 1 second. I know. I'm super excited for this Solve as well. Solve offhand. Although for Awakening, Awakening is so lame in that regard. Our Awaken weapon's invisible most of the time. Our offhand's invisible while we're in Awakening. Yo, Josh, you there? I don't think so. I think you do that from the map, don't you? To transport? No. Maybe you click the city? I haven't actually used it. Very top right. Oh, view family characters. Yeah, here we go. Then you click it, goes to it, and then right click it and move character. And then I guess you click where you want to move it to. Yo, that's kind of sick. I know, right? That's what I was saying. Like, are they trying to call us all weenies? They'll probably try to deflect or something and be like, oh, we just want you guys to get knowledge in the new region. But, like, come on, one elixir? Those assholes. Do I miss the Sakurai grind? Yeah, I do. It was a fun spot to grind. I like the Darkseeker's grind though. I do too. Yeah, Orzeka was cracked. Why don't I do Orzeka? Because I don't want just money. I want XP and stacks as well. And it looks like Edania, unless they didn't show it, Edania isn't going to drop stacks. And the demand for stacks is going to be going up dramatically. And if all of the people who are grinding Dark Seekers are moving on, that means the supply is going to, dramatically go down. I don't want to be stuck in a situation where I have to be spending more than min price to buy stacks. So I'm going to stockpile them now while this spot is still solid. And then I don't have to worry about coming back here later for my stacks. There are way too many min lists on feints, though. I don't think you understand how many stacks people need. You gotta remember, in the journey from base to deck armors, you need 10 300 stacks in armor. Plus, people also need a 300 stack or more for, like, depth and higher, or oct and higher. The only reason why those feints have piled up so much, there isn't even a big supply of feint. It's just, why would anybody buy feints when hungers exist and they're sitting on the market at min price? Right? You get more stacks from it. Proportionally, it's the same cost, I know. But it's still the convenience of just getting twice as much done in the same amount of clicks. That's a lot of 300 stacks, and if people are no longer grinding any of these spots, or very rarely grinding these spots that do give those stacks, you're going to see that market deplete pretty quickly. Sound like Walter White when he was talking to his wife? Huh? Which scene you talking about? I am the danger. Yeah, when people start panic buying, yeah. Not just panic buying, if people start getting a whiff that those things are going to start going up, they'll also start buying to try to make money, right? That shit snowballs really fast. The thing is when something like stacks are min price, there's no risk to buying a fuckload of them. Because you just buy as many as you think you'll need, and worst case scenario, let's say the new region does end up adding something that gives stacks. Worst case scenario, you just save them and you use them later, and you get your money back as you need the stacks. Worst case scenario, you sell them, and you only take a small little 15% or like 12% tax cut. And then, everything after that, like obviously if it goes up, you just make money. But there's a ton of devours and there's a ton of faints, so it will take time for the current stock to deplete. But yeah, the demand is going to go up quite dramatically, and the replenishment of that stock is about to go down. Yeah, also the drop rate has definitely contributed.
FBI, open up!
Thanks, Scarlet Train. Or Scarlet Rain. You just put my name and then a colon beside it. Oh, there you go. Here. That might be a little too long, though.
Who are you talking to right now? Who is it that you think you see? Do you know how much I make a year? I mean, even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you know what happens if I suddenly decide to stop going into work? A business big enough it could be listed on the NASDAQ goes belly up. Dawn. It ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
Kind of fucked up that last. You probably, maybe if you put like an exclamation mark or something. You got to use the TTS redeem, Bingy. You can't just type it. There you go. Oh, now you...
Guy opens his front door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one WHO knocks.
WHO. Oh, Bingy. Bingy, 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 Bingy. Bingy, 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 Bingy. I don't know, after that I feel like we should charge you double points. Wait, what do you mean, what do you need points for? You almost never redeem anything. You should have tons of points, unless you don't hang out here.
My head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
In which case, you're a fake friend. That's it. Ooh, I forgot about that box. Type exclamation mark graphics. Or settings, one or the other. Okay, calm down, you guys.
am cheating. I am a hacker.
Holy fuck. They haven't done one of those in a while, eh, Divios? Where the hell's the best in guild? I feel like we're long overdue for one, or we're about due for one. Oh, level doesn't matter. Once you're level 60 and you have all your skills, level doesn't matter. I mean, I guess technically level 62 gives you 2% more special attack damage, but even that's like super trivial.
Savior will save us once and for all.
Level only had a significant impact whether you were, like, if you were under-leveled. Only had a significant impact, I think, before level 50. After that, it didn't matter anymore. Always seems so bright compared to mine. I'm just playing on medium high. So, once again, like, just high textures, medium graphics. Nothing fancy. Is high APM Sage Awaken for PvE or is it chill? It can be both. You can chill and pull okay trash. You can go crazy and pull like really good trash. Which is perfect for somebody like me that's a streamer. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Kekisen. How you doing? Another day? Yes, sir. Another day, another... I was gonna say another dollar. Another silver. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard am I fricked with my helmet still at duo? Rest a try for Edania release. I don't think you're fricked at all. You'll actually get to experience the new stone system, right? Instead of using crons, you'll be able to do like a middle ground between vendor and costume crons and just either buy those stones or grind them up yourself. You'll still be able to grind the new areas. It's just, it'll make it harder for the bosses, right? If you have a 40 series card, NVIDIA just rolled an update to NVIDIA app that allows you to turn on smooth motion. Oh shit. God, my house smells so good right now. It's gonna be so hard. I'm not gonna be eating this pork for 2 fucking days. It's gonna be so hard. I had to remember that I had to pull this pork and maybe like lay it out in like a casserole dish or a baking pan to kind of cool off a bit before I stick it in a container and refrigerate it, just so there isn't like a whole bunch of condensation that builds up in the container. Smooth motion is basically just like 1x frame gen, right? It just basically inserts one AI frame. And it actually is really nice. It's really nice to use. If you have a monitor and you're not capping out on your frame rate, so like let's say if you have a 240 hertz monitor and you're not quite finding yourself getting there to 240 and you want to fully saturate it, it's awesome for that. Any type of AI frames aren't bad for making up for low frames though. Like if you have low frames, turning on and you know, because of having low frames you have bad input latency, right? Using any type of frame generation is actually going to make the input latency feel worse, not better. But if you have a decent frame rate, but like let's say you have a really high refresh rate monitor and you want to properly, you know, more fully saturate the monitor, it's fantastic. I think it's also really good in games where you're CPU bound. I think, and this is something Kinjar and I both talked about, right? When you're in a siege, like a really crazy siege like Valencia, for example, you're actually GPU bound. Sorry, you're CPU bound, not GPU bound. So frame gen in a situation like that would be perfect to bring up your frame rate. It's not going to affect your input latency at all, but because you're CPU bound and not GPU bound, that might give you a more visually smooth experience without having any effect on input latency. The input latency? Yeah, so I'm sure you're aware of how it works, though, right? Whenever you press a button on your keyboard, right, it waits till the next frame is drawn before it does the input. So the lower your frame rate is, the less opportunities you have for inputs, right? So a native frame rate of 100 will mean that you have 100 opportunities per second, so every 10 milliseconds for an input, right? Where if your native frame rate drops to 50, Well, now it's going to be every 20 milliseconds, right? So when you enable frame generation, if you're getting GPU bound and you enable frame generation to try to make up for a lower frame rate, your native frame rate is technically lower, even though your I don't know what to call it, your artificial frame rate is higher. So what that ends up doing is it gives it more, you'll get even more of that really low FPS feel of like a higher input delay, even though the frames look smoother. But yeah, if your CPU is the reason for bad FPS, then frame generation is amazing. If your GPU is the thing bottlenecking you and you want higher frames, then you really don't want to be using frame generation. That's kind of the TLDR. Or in the case like Kenjar just said, in a game like Dark Souls where they hard cap you at 60 FPS apparently, then you can use frame generation to, you know, force higher frames. No, your game will look better, but it won't feel better. It'll actually feel worse. Like, you know how, I don't know if you have, like, Riva Statistics Tuner installed. If you have some way to cap your FPS, and you probably, I could probably just explain this to you. If you're really low FPS, you know how it kind of feels like, as you're doing things with your character, it almost feels like you're moving through mud. Right? Where when your FPS is high, everything feels super smooth. Yeah, well, if you're using frame generation in an area where your FPS is low because you're GPU bound, but you're trying to use frame generation to increase your frame rate, well, that takes GPU load. So even though your frame rate is going higher, your native frame rate is actually technically lower than with it off, and it's going to make it feel even muddier, even though it looks smoother. One of the ways that frame generation works too is it takes the previous frame that was rendered and then it holds on the next frame that was already rendered, and then it renders one in between, what it feels would be the between those two frames. And then as soon as it's ready, it now ships those two frames, uses that last frame as now the previous frame, gets the next one rendered, and then inserts a middle one. So when you have a low frame rate, that hold that it does on that frame feels more substantial too, right? Where if your frame rate's already high and you're just trying to saturate a really high refresh rate monitor, then, you know, that one frame being held is an extremely small amount of time. I don't grind Orzekia because I like Darkseekers. Yeah, I was trying to talk him through that right now, Cooked. I think Choice, he said he did a Windows update and it messed with his brightness and stuff, and it looks like he has HDR on. I think his Windows update maybe turned HDR on in Windows. He said that his device says HDR is not supported, but I'm pretty sure that just means like some devices are capable of doing HDR themselves and Windows doesn't have to do it. Where if you manually do it in Windows, then it can be all fucked up, right? Especially if the device isn't able to deal with like, because I think typically what happens with HDR is it cranks up the brightness, but the HDR like cranks up the contrast and other things to compensate for the extra brightness in order to create a more vivid picture. So I think that's why his capture card and shit is all like funky, is he has like HDR on in Windows across his whole PC, but his other devices aren't capable for compensating for HDR being on. But it's tough to explain that to him. Like Choice is not very computer savvy, and it's hard to type stuff through, you know, text, especially while he's trying to interact with chat at the same time. So all he did with his capture card, I think, is just crank the contrast up and the brightness down to compensate for it. But now he's saying, like, his view screen is fine, so, like, his output, his Twitch output, but apparently he has a hard time now seeing things on the other monitor. Like, seeing things that aren't the broadcast on the other monitor. His FPS of his stream also feels lower? Interesting. The hell is that? Oh. Jesus. I was sitting there digging through all my monitors trying to figure out where the fucking Discord call was coming from. I thought it was my stream spamming it. Best spot for XP? I know a lot of the XP grinders, the dedicated XP grinders, have moved out to Darkseekers, so I'm going to go ahead and say Darkseekers. Because Gyfin kind of got hit hard. Nope, I'm here. Did you guys make the party already, or want me to make it? Here, I'll start inviting. A little bit at the end there. Yeah, it was kind of just casually doing it for the first quite a bit. Yeah. If only it was sheet AP. Did I not juice this? Oh. Oh, my juice was already rolling. Fuck. I wonder if it'll save the amount of time it'll take.
This cannot be.
Oh, thank you, babe. What kind is that? Oh. Smells really nice. I'm just about done here. I'm going to be done in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to come upstairs and start dinner. Love you, babe. Hey, keep it up. I'm gonna pound your penguin next. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, if Debo's tank. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A little bit quicker than Aurelio's runs, eh, Jet?
You will the grasp of death!
Good job, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen, thanks for watching the stream. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna send you guys over to Choice. Heads up, I'm gonna be back on Thursday, so I won't be streaming until Edania. I'll be starting probably a few hours after the servers come up, around noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific. And we will be getting right into the shenanigans then. But thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a good next couple days. Good luck with your last minute preparation. Don't forget to extract your Caphras before maintenance. But yeah, catch you guys later.